Test. Okay. I'm audible. Thank you. I thought that was Christoph, but I'm happy also to be audible. I'll take on that second personality. Yeah, I had to reboot my, well, unplug and replug my USB audio interface. So yeah, but OBS behaved well despite the runtime plug and play surprise. Hello. Okay, let's see. How's the, out of curiosity, how is the programming and software development section? Another day where it's super slow. It's kind of interesting to me. I think there was a point in time where there were way more people watching this category on Twitch, and now the numbers are just much lower. Like the top channel right now, I'm not sure how to pronounce it correctly. I think it's Pilada. Pilada, 86 viewers, 0 USD to 1 million USD in 90 days. Somehow, I doubt it, but sure. Building and coding an AI startup live 24/7 while locked in apartment. Product market fit or die. PMF or die. Okay. Well, I mean, good luck. Full stack JS and infrastructure. Down to Gem Catalytic Simulator. C style C. Today, memory allocators. Okay. Hello, everybody. At least 4 software streamers are at the same location streaming together in just chatting. Yes. Primagen and friends. And that makes sense, but and I get it that they have they have bigger channels themselves, but I do think that even if you take them out, like in a sense, okay, obviously some of the viewership is theirs. So that viewership goes wherever they go. But I think I feel like there was a few weeks ago, like I don't know, a couple months ago, maybe 3 months ago, there were like just more people overall around. I don't know, not that it makes that big of a difference at the end of the day, but yeah. Okay, let me spam. Should I say self-hosted? I should say standalone. I'm gonna post without link. Let's see what happens. Got a question about building. Okay. Someone made a cool looking Rofu like. What's a Rofu like? That's the first time I hear that. Oh, I mean, it's roguelike, but yeah, it's roguelike, just typoed. Okay. Oof. I thought I was like missing out on some kind of genius, some subgenre. Okay, good looking roguelike with Zig and Raylib. I'm trying to build it on Windows, and Zig build works, but I'm assuming this is creating a debug build. Yeah. Is there standard options for production builds? Yes, that's how you do it. You do Zig build -- release equals fast. That's it. -- release equals fast. There's also save and small. You don't care about those. With a game, you care about fast. So do that. And generally speaking, you cannot do this. You cannot just run Zig build on the main file, because a build, like an overall build, is usually a lot more work than just building the Z program. Especially a game that has GUI stuff. It has probably all kinds of let's call them secondary steps other than compiling the Z source code. So you have to go through Zig build. That's the correct interface. So do -- release equal fast and have fun. Also, here's another trick. You can always do this. You can do Zig build -- help. And if you do -- help, that tells you what options you can pass to Zig build. Some of them are standard. So like there's a bunch that are standard that you're probably not super interested in, except this one, like release. That one you do care about. And it tells you request release mode, optionally specifying a preferred optimization mode, fast, safe, or small. And then there's also target specific options. So there might be some other options that the game supports, like I don't know, using direct 3D versus using OpenGL. I suspect this is not probably going to be the case for a roguelike game made in Zig, but you know, potentially there might be some other tweaks that you want to make to the build, and you can do them with project specific options. They all look like this: -D, uppercase D, and then name of the option. But in any case, as a starting point, this is the one. So remember, -- help, -- release. Those two are going to be your friends. Okay. By the way, if anybody else has any other Zig question, feel free to ask. As usual, these streams are also to chat about Zig and Zig related stuff. Okay, so that's it. In the meantime, what am I working on? So I am basically redoing link rendering in the static site generator. This might not seem a big deal, but holy cow is it. So long story short, the way I was doing link rendering before was overly simplistic, and it was impossible using the previous system to get precisely all the nuance that is necessary to have Zine work correctly. More specifically, the complexity comes from when you're trying to, from one page, you use Scripty to navigate to obtain a reference to another page, and you want to render some content from that other page into your page. One like iconic example of when you want to do this is for RSS feeds. In an RSS feed, you have one page that is going to be the RSS feed, and in there you want to list other pages. And if you want to print, for example, sometimes people put the entire content in the RSS feed. So you will have a tag called description, and inside description you put literally the entire content of that page. So to do that, basically, well, or more precisely, so here's the problem then. If that other page has a link, for example, to an asset, then now you have to be careful, because you cannot just create links under the assumption that you know which URL you are, and then you can create like a relative path. So for example, let's say that I'm in page foo, and page foo has picture.jpg. I can't just do, picture.jpg, assuming that the browser can just do, we're always going to be at site.com/foo, and then we do /foo, site.com/foo/picture.jpg, because we might be somewhere else. We might be, for example, site.com/rss.xml, and in there we want to render that page. And so now the link to picture.jpg is completely different, and Bork pooped itself. Now that's interesting. Let's see. Additional empirical data. Out of the 22 streams I follow which are currently online, 6 are in software category. Not too bad, I would say. Huh. Okay. So, long story short, basically you render links. The same link can be rendered from multiple contexts. And so you need to defer. You cannot pre-compute those links because you have to compute them at the very end while you're doing rendering. There's nothing that you can do early, or rather, maybe you can cache some information so that like recovering the information to render those links. Like you can skip some search work that you have to do the first time necessarily for validation, but then the actual like URL composition code has to be in the renderer, and that's what I'm doing right now. So I got some of it down. It's still not perfect, but at least it's the right approach, and it will like what's currently missing, I think, is that I'm not doing a good job at normalizing like trailing slashes, leading slashes, and in other parts of Zine this is done beautifully, but in this context it doesn't automagically work itself out. I have to do that manually. So long story short, we're getting there. Not perfect, but we're getting there. So I got down. Okay, so a link can be an external URL. That one is trivial. You just print it. You don't care about it. It could be a self-page link. If it's a self-page link, then that's basically. That's a good question, right? If it's a self-page link, and we are rendering this somewhere else, how does that work? That's also an interesting question. If it's a self-page link and we're rendering from somewhere else, so let's say that you have a markdown a markdown file that contains a heading. So you have a section called section 1. Like you give it an anchor, so it has ID, like the HTML element has ID section 1. And then somewhere else you have a link that links to # section 1. So what should # section 1 look like if you're rendering it from another page? Should you link to the original page, or should you leave the relative link? I guess you would want to have an absolute link also in that case, now that I think about it. It's not necessarily right. The answer is that it actually depends on what the user wants, because the user might be interested in either behavior, but probably defaulting to linking to the original one is the safer behavior, especially because of, well, RSS feeds, where every link in the RSS feed should be absolute. Although that's what they say, but what about links to IDs, like to fragments in the same page? Like if there's a link like that inside of an RSS feed, will the RSS reader do the right thing, or will it just bork? We don't know. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna touch it for now. Let's leave it as that. In any case, page is done. At least I have to try this stuff out yet because I'm not in a compiling stage yet. But page seems to be done. Page asset seems to be fine. Site asset seems to be fine. I need to fix build asset. This is going to be a somewhat trivial fix. Again, I'm not going for perfection. I'm going for approximately correct. What bad path would you expect the reader to go down? Hello, Karatam. I don't know, honestly. I would. So let's assume, okay, RSS reader case. Let's assume that you have put inside your RSS feed the entire blog post, and your blog post has links, has internal links, like footnotes, for example. I would expect those links to work within the RSS feed reader. So leaving them relative should be fine. I'm not sure though. I guess the question is, what do these things do in practice? It opens it in your browser. I think that too does not happen. So if you put a relative link, I think that too does not happen. I might be wrong, but I do think that number two is not going to happen. Although, you know what? I'm also confident that different RSS readers implement it differently. So there's probably no one consistent behavior. Or for an absolute link, I would expect for an absolute link that it always opens it in your browser. Yes, I would not expect them to be smart about that. Just like they're not smart about relative links. Like every time there's a relative link, they just don't know what to do with it most of the time. And by the way, part of this work, here's another thing related to this. Another thing that I'm adding by default in Zine right now is that when you're linking, whenever you're rendering a page from another location that isn't its, let's say, native location, so you're rendering a page, but inside of an RSS feed, for example, I will always use absolute links for links, except self links, except anchor links, because I didn't think about that, so I'll have to see what happens there. But for everything else, I'm doing it automatically because I might be wrong, but in my limited experience, RSS readers are just kind of dumb. And in general, RSS, the standard tells you that you should use absolute links and not relative ones. Well, I mean, the problem is that you're giving these things a snippet of HTML. And so it's up to them how cool they want to be about it. I do think that the RSS feed not being smart is more of an artifact of, I don't know, our time, more than something that is like something that is like RSS feeds should be that way. I don't think they should be that way. Honestly, if I were to make an RSS feed myself, I would actually try hard to resolve relative links. And because in any case, they also have to make a bunch of choices about the HTML. They have to sanitize it for things that they don't want you to put in there. They have to maybe, I don't know, style it. Although it's not like you style it actively, right? Basically, I guess you provide a default CSS, and then you have to decide what to do if there's also other CSS stuff that gets included, which probably means that you want to toss that away, but I'm not sure. Strongly type RSS. I don't know. We'll see. In any case, let's get. I want to get to a building state, and then I want to go back to diffingziglang.org. But let me tell you, this change, I thought this was a 20-minute adventure. It was not. It's been like a couple days. Yesterday, I've made very slow progress, but I did spend some time working on it. And oof, this thing is annoying to get right. So let's go do what we need to do. So we have an asset, a build asset. Let's call it ref. So with our ref, we're gonna do this. Build asset is gonna be context, meta, build, so CLI, build assets, get pointer, ref, dot question mark. We can assume that we will find it. We can assert that because there was a previous validation stage. So if that validation stage failed, um, then this shouldn't be possible. So if no LLVM, yeah, you need to be on x86 64 Linux. And then you do basically f incremental. The changelog has some information on it. So I guess it depends on exactly how you want to do it. But if you can have either a CLI invocation where you have watch and f incremental, and that's cool. Or alternatively, you have a build step that enables also the same flags. And then that's what you have ZLS run. And that way you will get even better errors from ZLS. Well, you will get the same errors that I'm getting here from ZLS, but you will get them faster because like I can do meta X, and now I'm gonna save. Oh, really? I don't even get the error? Okay, we don't get to the point where he complains about this stuff because there's other stuff that he wants to complain about first. Oh, it's because I'm not passing AST check because I have an unknown identifier. Okay, let me fix this, then I'll break this, and then I'll show you. So, or you know what? Let's comment it out for a moment. Right, and now everything is unused. God damn it. Okay, let me fix this stuff. So we get the build asset. I don't think we need this guy at all. So then for printing, what do we wanna print? We want to print, we want to print as a string pa.output file path, output path. I actually don't remember. What's in a build asset? Install path, of course. Now, can we assert that install path is always going to be there? It only works with incremental. Oh, yeah. No. It does not. But, once you get there, you might as well have incremental on. You can have the backend also work without incremental. But if you turn on incremental, then it's going to be crazy. So, okay. So now that I got to what I believe is a building stage of this page, I have not. Okay, I need to fix more of my code. Sorry. Before I can break my code, I need to fix more of my code. Oh, man. Okay. Do I really care about the ref at this point? Why am I not getting this right away? Feels kind of dumb, doesn't it? Feels kind of dumb. Yeah, you know what? Let's assume that ref, that's going to be the install path. Let's change the rules. Yeah, straight up like this. Okay, let's go change how this stuff gets generated now. So this is in analysis. In analyze content, if we're looking at a build asset, we're looking at a build asset. Here we are validating. Here we are increasing. Here we are increasing the reference counting, which is also correct. And then the last one is we need to check that it has an install path. Otherwise, we need to complain. Okay, I don't know if we have an error for this. Missing asset, build asset, missing install path. Kind of a mouthful, but that's what it is. And yeah, struct, ref, consuate, nothing more than this, I think. Missing build asset, missing install path, ref. There we go. So this is the correct error. Now we have the install path, and now we want to put this. Now we want to swap it out. We make this a pointer. This kind of sucks as it is now. Okay, I think we need to go in here. Yeah, we need to give it. We need to make it a struct, I think. And we say this is the ref, and then we override the ref. So here we have BA, this thing we call asset sba.ref. ba.ref. And if none of this happens, then we can do ba.ref equals install path. And so now in render, we have the install path. We print it, have to do way fewer stuff than before. This should all be good. We should do some normalization here, though, that we're not doing, but it's fine for now. So what's the problem now? Did I not save this? I did not save this. Modified. Okay. Reload. Okay, now what's the problem? Code build asset. ba.input path. Okay, so next problem, what is it? There's no install path. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so this is all happy. Let's make this guy happy. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to be unhappy about, huh? In here. Jesus. Okay, so this cannot be page ID anymore. This needs to be page. We need to be given a page. Who calls us needs to give us a page. Okay, so we're printing an image. The image wants to have a link to itself. So we print. Oh, that's man, this is unfortunate because we want to do this, but we compute it twice. We kind of would like to buffer this, honestly, so that we don't have to compute it twice. But also at the same time, it's not that complicated. So fuck it. Okay, so here we render the href. Then it's time to print ID, other attributes, titles, and finally get to source. Yeah, this bad boy has to pretty much go. So also, while we're at it, let's turn silly prints into write alls. So this is not a print, this is a write all. This is a print. This is a write all. This is a print. This is a write all. This is a print. This needs to be turned into a write all, where we print source, opening of quote, and that's it. Then we print the URL, and then we close the quote. If alt, if size. Okay. So rendering of the image should be done correctly now, in theory. Now video. Video is going to be not too dissimilar. Oh man, look at these prints. Print. The fair for closing. Well, the reality is that if you get an error while printing, then you don't want to try to print more. That's the problem with the fair. It's kind of like flushing a buffered writer. You never want to defer flushing it because if something goes wrong, then you don't want to flush. Or, well, I guess you could do it. I mean, things could be worse, but still doesn't seem great. Delightful disable picture in picture HTML keyword. Love it. Well, attribute to be precise. Okay, now we got to the source print part, which is kind of whack. So we want write all. Source up until the equal sign. Okay, we need the magic printing code, which is this guy. There we go. So we print like this. Exit. Okay, so in theory, we have fixed um, images and videos. We're left with links. Let's see. Write all, print, print, write all, write all, print. This is the key point, print. Write all, write all. Yeah, I could make a macro, but it's fine. I'm happy to audit this stuff manually. Okay. Also, oh. Yeah, I'm closing the link basically. Okay, so this needs to be copied. I think actually not even that, because this is just the starting point. So this turn becomes a write all. So this is where we stop, but also where we wanna put the magic invocation. Print URL. In this case, it's lnk. Also, source of question mark, not .url. So there we go. Okay, code shouldn't have anything of this sort because we don't link anything with code. I guess we just have prints that should be write alls. So let's do that. Okay. So with this, we should have this stuff down. Okay, so let me try to. So I wanted to try and breaking here with some reference to something that doesn't exist and see how long it takes for ZLS to figure it out after I save. So I save. Oh, no. Okay, I know why this is not working. Because we broke something else. We broke all the calling locations. All the places where we're calling this stuff. Also, we broke SuperMD in the meantime as well. So let's go fix the SuperMD in the meantime. So SuperMD is broken in utils because we changed the shape of build asset. Build asset is now like this. There you go. Okay, so with this, we fixed all of SuperMD. It wasn't a big change in that case. But now we broke calling locations for HTML. So page, whatever we call HTML now, it's different. So content renders the full markdown page to HTML. So we pass GPA context P, and we're good. But there's also other locations. We call HTML also in other places. So we're gonna need to fix all of them. So this is what? Renders the footnote definition. Does the footnote have a reference to the page? There we go. To be honest, we almost don't need AST anymore because if we always have a page, then we always have an AST. We don't need to be given an AST because we can grab it. Shall I take it out? Yeah, let's fuck it. Let's take it out. There's no point in whatever. I'm gonna do this stuff another time. So this part is fine. Other locations. This one has page already. This one. What are we looking at? Content section. Okay. That's this one. The content section itself, which does have page. Perfect. Yeah, like look at this. God damn it. Let's take it out. Fuck it. Is this it? This is it. It wasn't even all that hard. Okay. Oh, here we have render link. I think that this. I'm not sure about this render link. I guess we'll see. Okay, what's the problem now? Expected type bool found constituate. Yeah. Expected 3 arguments found 4. What do you CTX? Oh, it's already yeah. Cool. Expected pointer to string table found const pointer to string table. You don't need a mutable string table, do you? You're just calling slice. Site has no kind. It's meta kind. Right. I made this stuff up earlier. Um, should we add this to site? Honestly, I'm not sold on this idea. I mean, we have the variant ID, so we can grab that from the variant ID. Build CFG multilingual locales. Probably want to split this into a couple things. Wait, do I actually want the locale? What? Wait, what was I trying to get from here? Wait a second. Oh no, it's the assets prefix path, which is a property of the site. So I don't want the locale. I want the multilingual site. Okay. So it's ctx build meta build cfg multilingual assets output prefix path. I don't remember. Assets prefix path. Well, okay. There you go. And it's the same logic here. Okay, I think we're getting there. No P. Yes, P. What's the problem? Oh. God damn it. Node. Why am I passing node? What? GPA, CTX, page, node. Oh, it's this thing. Do we still have context in here? Yes, we do. Alex do. Okay, so CTX, page node, this guy goes away. These guys go away. Now we're good. No, there's a format string that's missing a specifier. No. Well, we know that this is probably inside HTML because that's where we wrote a bunch of printing code that wasn't there before. So we probably messed up here. So this is an FMT, so that's fine. This is an FMT, so that's fine. This is a simple print, but there's a specifier. This is an FMT. So this seems fine. This guy was fine already, I know. This guy is also new. This is an FMT. This is a print with an F. This is an FMT. This is also, hello, hi nickname dev. So these are all fine as far as I can tell. So where did we mess up? We did change the main logic. So let's take a look at the lines that we changed in here. I mean, we turned a bunch of these into write-alls. So we never turned anything into a print. So we should have, consistently made things easier in a sense from that aspect, not harder. God damn it. I already can tell that I'm going to go insane over this. I'm going to enable reference trace, but last time that I did this, it was not of any help, like at all. Oh, maybe it is. Print URL, render directive, print URL, and then print. So this path is wrong. Print URL. Okay, so now I'm starting to understand what's going on here. The symbol names are good, but the lines are wrong. Print URL is my function. So we see up to here, HTML 400, where we're going to call print URL. And then we don't know in print URL where we are. Where did we do the abed? Do I need to put S? Oh, there we go. Invalid format string S for type context source struct. Okay. So it's a print that does have an S that is trying to print something that thinks it's a string, but that it's not a string. And it's this bad boy. This used to be a string. Now it's a struct. There we go. Holy shit, we're building. Okay. There is close to zero chance that I got this right first try. I haven't, this branch has not been built in 3 days. So this is the first time in 3 days that it builds. There is just no way that it's going to be right first try. So I guess let's enjoy the panics. Oh, snap. Okay, so you know what? Yeah, here I have German. No, you son of a bitch. That's not true. We do have this build asset. Okay, so I regressed detection of build assets. So no. No. Okay, let's go back to something simpler. So let's go to Christoph IT. Zine release. Actually, RM, RF, public. Zine release. Diff everything. This is almost right. We're missing the leading slash. So I regressed leading slashes in this new version, which is fine. Yeah, I think this is the main regression. So everything else in a simple case seems correct, which is good. I mean, if I had completely borked, also this super simple case would have been annoying. But at least this part we got mostly right. We're literally just missing the the leading slash. So how do we do it? Let's reinstate that. So when we're printing a URL and we're printing a link to another page or to an asset, let's see, asset, we do this. If it's a simple website and it's a different page, we print all of these. Otherwise, we print the URL prefix path. And maybe we should do it like this. Otherwise, you just write a slash. But that has not solved it. Why? Because this is a page asset, not a site asset. Okay. So let's go back to page assets. Print link prefix. I guess what we should do with print link prefix is to print a slash. Always? Maybe? I think I had this code and then I decided not to. Oh, look. No, I do have this for multi. I don't have this. Well, would you look at that? I think it should be like this. Okay, let's see where this brings us. Don't you want to preserve the order of attributes too? I'm not super interested. It's like, well, in this case, these attributes are just not present anymore. I'm not rendering them at all. But in terms of like that, like the diffing is just to double check that I'm not regressing features right now. So I'm not interested in having these diffs be perfect. I want them to be good if possible, sure, but that's kind of it. Okay, what happened here? Double slash now, delightful. Double slash again. So in some code we were already kind of dealing with the leading slash, but then now we're like kind of duplicating effort. This happens in asset link, I bet you. Print link prefix, and then this. So we want to change this to this. Now watch me move these things around and never find a good solution that fixes everything. Okay, now everything is back to normality there. Here now we have a double slash. Okay, so this is a link. This is page.link. Print prefix. No, nope. There we go. Or not. What? That surprises me. Did I run this too early? This surprises me a bunch. Print link prefix. Let me try again. Maybe I ran it too early. Yeah. Okay, blog all your code base. Critical infrastructure, Discord. Okay, so I think that my website is pretty much back to working condition. Oh, this has become a full link. Where are we? Public blog go exception. So go exception. See a practical example. See a practical example. Right. I think that this is too extreme. So here I'm linking to another page and I'm overreacting to the fact that this is another page. The answer is if it's another page that I'm linking to, but if page is the same as CTX page, yeah. It's yeah. Actually, where is that? It's in HTML for sure. Let me see. It's basically this case. It's a page link. P-resolve variant ID. This is page different than ctx.page, I think. Okay, let's see if this link, go exceptions for the unconvinced, still shows up as a diff. I think it does not. Okay, I think my website is good now. Do you know the self fully qualified domain name generation? It's a setting that you put in your Zine config. You put the URL that you want to output to. Yes, it's in the stuff that you specify as a user. Current Ziglang homepage is made with Zine 2. Yeah, the entire Zig website is a Zine website. Yes. Okay, I think that we did it. We totally did it. Everything else looks good. Yep, totally did it. Okay, official personal blog done. Cool. Let's go back to Ziglang. Run again. So we're saying that we're missing this build asset. That's not true. We have those. So we need to figure out what's going on here. Missing build asset. So we are in worker, in analyze content, and we're looking at, if you see, we're calling code. So we're in a code snippet directive that wants to refer a build asset. So let's see what happens there. It's a code thing. The source is a build asset. Where's the build asset at? Here. So we do bcli build assets get ba.ref. which is correct. And that makes us break with asset input path. So we should not be triggering this error. Once we have the path, we open the source code and we place it in here. So is there some kind of trap at the end of this switch? There shouldn't be. There isn't. So why are we thinking that that asset does not exist? Let's do some printing, I guess. Also, delicious panic to do. God damn it, we're not done with assets. Assets have oh my god, so many combinations of things that you can do with them. Shouldn't the arrow show the path to the asset or some asset ID? Well, yes, it does. More precisely, it's showing you the code snippet, and it's this is the ID. It looks like a path, but that's because the IDs that I'm using in this case look like paths. It's a choice that we made in the build.zig. So in the build.zig, we have these. Here we specify these things. And we have this function, run Zig scripts, that basically runs every single one of them through a doc test executable. And then it uses the path as the asset name. Oh shit. God damn it. That explains it. Yeah. You know why it's not working? Because I'm a moron. I'm invoking the command wrong. So you don't do Zine release on the Zig website. You have to do Zine release. Let me do it in the other one. You have to do it with all these CLI arguments. I'm gonna have to move them to a file instead of explicit CLI arguments because they grow way too quickly. But yeah, it's because the Zig website has a ton of build assets. Every code snippet in the various guides is a separate build asset. So yeah, they become a bunch of things. Okay, let me clean public. By the way, this is the speed at which we build the Zig website right now. We don't have all the languages enabled, so we're gonna need to turn on more languages, but it's pretty fast. And this is a debug Zig build and with tracing enabled. So like this is very slow compared to actually how fast we are. In any case, speed, cool, but first comes correctness. So let's check what we're messing up. Oof, 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 oof. I think that we should unconditionally print a training slash host URL plus training slash. And then if there's a path prefix, we print it like this. And then there should be an else where we do this. Although, never mind, this guy does not need an else in this case. Okay, let's see how this goes. Better, but not best. Better, but not best. Oh, god damn it, this reference trace stuff. What did I do wrong? Oh. There we go. So this part is fine. This part is less fine. href news. So we're linking to a page, but we're losing the leading slash. Why did we gain it in some cases, but we failed it here? Or rather, I know why to some degree. We're using different things. This is printing a link to a page in this locale. This is printing a link to a page in a different locale. So we're entering different sub thingies. Like we are entering the case. Oh, there we go. What's going on? We are entering this case, but I think we're not entering this case. So this might be more like this then. We print this, and then unconditionally we print a slash. And now there's a double slash here. Because I think this is in our config. No. It's not in our config. It's on me. Home. Oh, this is site.link. Wait a second. That was not site.link. Fuck. Although I think I'm gonna keep that change. Actually, I'm not sure. Does this guy always end with a slash? Yeah, it does always end with a slash. So this was a good change. How do we create this link then? The back button. Back is the parent section. And then we do back dot link. Okay. Let's page parent section. How do we do parent section? Yep, we got the parent section page, so that's awesome. And then we do link. We do print link prefix. We do print link prefix of a multilingual website where the variants are the same. And so we print this. Oh, I think it's this. So if there's anything else to add, we want to print it like this. And if there's a name, we want to print it like this. And then we don't do that unconditionally. Okay. Now there's an asset link that we're fucking up. Great. But a bunch of other things are good. That's awesome. So we are making progress. And we're not like breaking things in the meantime. So actually, I should double check that with my personal blog at some point. But I think we are making good adjustments. So we are trying to link to an asset for the English version. The problem is, why is there no absolute thing? So what this code is doing is grabbing the English version of a page. We can look at it. It's the download template, but it's grabbing the English version of the download page, and then it's trying to grab an asset from it. So let's see why it's not working. Never mind. No, we're not doing that. We're doing site asset. Okay, we're doing site asset, and site asset is pooping itself. Site asset rendered here. Site asset, we do print asset URL prefix. If it's a simple website and it has a URL prefix, okay, so, wait a second, print asset URL prefix. Site host URL prefix factor, nothing. That's fine. Otherwise, although, you know what? This is not the simple case in any case. But it's also true that this is probably right to do this. Let's go back to our case here, though. It's a multilingual website. And we are printing the page in its native location. And assets prefix path. So this should be like this, I guess, then. Well, it should be like this. This is now a div, but it's correct. We want to link to this. We actually always wanted to link to this, not to a German copy of it. So this is good. These are languages that I need to enable. Oh, the table now looks different. Let's check that these links are all correct. Documentation master debug, documentation master release safe, documentation master release safe, documentation master debug. Okay, so those links look good. And the table is different because now I'm printing it in a different way, but I tested that already, so those tables are fine. Wait, is this it? There's no fucking way. Oh, we have the ED sponsors that needs to be deleted. Documentation. That's another file that's not managed by Zine. Let's see what the next diff is. Like a relevant diff. Build date. Zig out download 014 release notes. Oh. I almost cannot believe it. Is this really it? CSS file. Oh, god damn it. I think we're kind of there at this point. Yeah, we're missing the file. Basically, we're missing a bunch of assets that were duplicated per language. And I think we did it, Reddit. Yeah. Ginormous SVG file. God damn it, these SVG files. Dude, is this file endless? God damn it. I think we did it. I think we pretty much have the full Zig website working at this point. Modulo the fact that we need to re-enable a bunch of languages. So that's what I'm going to do next. So, yeah, that's crazy. Git status. Wait, what do you mean with Git by Git status? You're wondering how many changes I have, like, yeah, that I haven't committed. Honestly, not even that many. A bunch, but not a ton. Okay, let's see. Hey, Christoph, do you have any tip for knowing when to use a Zig built-in? Is it just memorizing all of the built-ins and recognizing when they may be used? If so, any tips on memorizing them all or memorizing what built-ins are capable of? Captain Sketchy. Yeah, that's a good question. So you need to be aware of the built-ins that exist, at least generally speaking. So like you need to have a vague idea of what built-ins Zig has. So what you definitely want to do is go to the website, click documentation, scroll down, click on built-in functions, and you want to read this entire section. You want to read it once. Maybe you will find that certain things don't really make too much sense to you. So like you will find that, I don't know, there's one that does something that you're not sure what that even means. For example, maybe one of those weird GPU ones like work group ID. What even is that thing? So returns the index of the work group in the current kernel invocation in dimension. Like what? I don't even know what that is. I think it's a GPU thing, but in any case, so it's fine if not all of them make perfect sense. But then you have a vague idea. Then when you program, you will occasionally hit a situation where you're going to need them. So if you have a vague idea, that's better. You shouldn't have to learn all of them by heart, but there will be, you will find out that there are some ones that are like very important. For example, let me tell you the probably most important ones. Well, I would say probably the most important one, import. You want to know about import because you import stuff. Then another nice one is error name. So you have an error and you call error name to get the error, like a string version of the error. It's useful for printing. You can also print the error directly, but it gives you like it gives you like error dot. So in any case, sometimes error name is useful to have. Somewhat related to error name, there's tag name. Where's tag name? Tag name. Tag name is the same concept, but for enums. So you have maybe an enum and you want to print the enum, or you want to compare it to a string, and so you can use tag name for that. Then let's see, there's definitely a lot more. Int cast. Sometimes you have a U32 or like an integer of a given size, and you want to assign it a value of another type of integer that is bigger. So you need an int cast. Int cast means that you are asserting that the integer, even though this, let's say that this is a U size, so or like this is a U64 and you want to assign it to a U8, and so with an int cast, you are asserting that you are confident, well, you're sure that this value will never be bigger than 256 because you're trying to fit it into a smaller integer. U64 to U8, that's kind of sus, but sometimes you do U64 to U32 and it's not really that sus. So that's another thing that you want to do. Then float cast, same thing, but for float 32, float 64. Then there are some nice metaprogramming ones like has decal. So has decal tells you if a given type has a given decal inside of it. Good for metaprogramming. Has fields, same concept, but for struct fields or enum cases or union cases. Int from bool. You have a boolean and you want to turn it into an int because maybe, when it's true, you want to add 1. When it's false, when something is false, you want to not add 1. So you do your value plus int from bool of the boolean value, and that becomes +1 when true, +0 when false. Same also with int from enum and enum from int. So int from enum and enum from int are also like two functions for turning enums into numbers and vice versa. Memset, yes, memset is very useful. Absolutely. Memset super useful. So size of can be useful. So I don't know. I guess it depends on what you want to do. But I would say the most important ones are the conversion ones, because the ones that might be useful when you're doing something, it's kind of self-evident. Like, oh, I want to. I think that as is less useful than you might think, because as you can, like, all usage of as is optional. There is, I would say, pretty much never a case where you have to use as, because every single time you could do like as, I don't know, something as a foo. Every single time you do this, you can do this. I don't know, my foo, type foo equals my val. Basically, every time you assign a value to a variable that has an explicit type, you are implicitly using as. These two things are pretty much the same type-wise. So, in my opinion, you almost never need as. I personally tend to prefer assigning to a variable rather than using as, also when building like complex expressions. So I don't know. I don't think it's super interesting compared to the other ones. But be especially aware of the typecast ones, because you are gonna need to use them to go from one type to another, from one value to another, like int from bool, int from enum, enum from int, that kind of stuff. Pointer cast also. Okay, so what was I saying? Yes, I need now to re-enable the missing languages. And you know what we're going to do after that? After we enable the missing languages, we kind of build the Zig website, and now we can benchmark it, and we can see how long it takes us to build a Zig website. I bet you that in release mode, it's going to take us less than 50 milliseconds. I would say, I bet that it's going to be 30 milliseconds. And after Neurosite is going to complete the fancy 3-seater stuff, boy, that will be fast. Oof. Hey, Loris, I want to build a small scripting language as a side project. Do you think Scripty is a good reference implementation for that? Or do you have other recommendations for code bases I can check out? Scripty is, I guess, decent because it's extremely basic. Like, if you look at how Scripty works, it's like kind of dumb how simple it is. But Scripty is also very limited because it's designed to only allow you to perform expressions. So you can only do variable dot field access and then dot function call, and that's pretty much it. These are and then you have like numbers, booleans, and strings as and floats, I guess, as primitive types, and then everything else is just the result of concatenating expressions. So it's super dumb as a language, which is also why it's pretty fast and like nicely scoped for my use case. Which is kind of interesting because if you think about it, for example, if you're writing a template in Zine, you can have in your templates, you can have if and you can have loops, but they're not in Scripty. Scripty has no idea what a loop is or what an if is. These are super HTML template concepts. So let me show you an example, right? In, I don't know, does a Zig website do have any if? Probably. Page. Like here. If the page has a table of contents, then we print it. But it's like this concept of doing things conditionally is external from Scripty. So Scripty only understands that there's a thing called page and it has a custom field. And on a custom field, you can call get and you can obtain a value. And this value that you obtain then has a special meaning for the templating language where the value that you obtain is an optional. So the optional value can be null, which means that the if is not gonna trigger. Otherwise, actually, wait, this is this is with an if, so it's optional unwrapping. And then here there's another special attribute, and then that's another like Scripty expression, but Scripty knows nothing about this if at all, or also in cases where there's loops. So here's other languages that maybe you might find interesting. So there's Buzz. This one is also written in Zig. There's Cyber. Does it have a website? It does. There's Cyber. There's Lola. These are the main ones that I know about. There is also, well, technically, there's Rock. I don't know if Rock counts exactly as just a scripting language, small scripting language. Okay, it's not a small scripting language; it's a bigger, also compiled language. But they're rewriting it in Zig, so I'll toss it in there. One thing that I should try to do is implement crafting interpreters in Zig. I said a while ago that I would do it, and then I haven't gotten around doing it yet, but I think eventually I should do it. See if I can learn something and maybe improve some of my languages. Although I have to say that I've been enjoying a lot learning things on my own organically. So, yeah. Okay, so here's the plan. I'm gonna go put up another cup of tea, and then we start porting the remaining languages. This is really not bad. I would be curious also to see a Tracy of this. So this is basically the trace for building the Zig website. And as you can see, there's a bunch of work trying to highlight some code, which in this case is Zig. I'm curious as to why we're waiting for so long. Yeah, this is 91 milliseconds. This is bonkers. Why are we waiting 91 milliseconds, dude? Like, no, there's just no fucking way. So we definitely need to look into this. We need Neurosite to fix this. Hey, Emmy, we need Neurosite to fix this. Once Neurosite fixes three-seater query loading, holy shit, this is gonna be fast once we do that. Like, keep in mind that once this stupid thing is done, once this stupid thing is done, then like rendering becomes so freaking fast, so freaking fast. Like this render page call here. What are these things? Uh, text enter. Oh, okay, so this is me like being super precise. In any case, yeah, once the query is loaded, it's like it's super fast rendering. So yeah, this guy needs to be smaller than this. What a waste. In any case, cool. So I'll go put up some tea and then we finish porting the Zig website. Let's go. I'm back. Okay, let's get this done. Woo. So let's see, what do we want to do? Hey, Danik. Let's see. I'm experimenting with a Zig port of insta.rs. I guess they should embrace Zig's build system features. Here's a link. It already has a couple of testing functions and is usable so far, but the CLI is missing. I'm not sure about the complete port of the instance feature. I think the basic functionality and limited customization should do for now, but maybe you have any tips on how to effectively utilize the build system. I'm not sure I do have any advice of that kind, but what I can offer you is knowledge about the current snapshot testing landscape of Zig. So in case you are not aware, there is these, or maybe you are. So if you are, I guess, let us know. So there's this. I guess my point of showing you these things, why is Borg so crashy today? Crazy. Borg today is very crashy. Sorry all. Okay, so there's this one. Which is based on, so there was this blog post from Matclad at Tiger Beetle about snapshot testing and how they do it. And basically it's their implementation, which is also, to some degree inspired by Insta, I guess. I mean, Matclad certainly is aware of Insta. Well, on top of the fact that they linked it here, but I also would assume even without the link. So there's this, and then basically, if you read that link, you will see that Snap basically takes these ideas and like makes them a bit more ergonomic, maybe. So there's that, and then lastly, that I'm aware of, there's my blog post where this is my take on snapshot testing, which is the idea of doing snapshot testing without any tools. So basically, this is my setup, which is using the Zig build system. So you know what? Maybe this can give you some inspiration. So I don't know if this approach merges well with having dedicated snapshot testing tooling, but in my case, the idea is this. I don't use any snapshot testing tool. All I do is structure my tests as something that reads an input file and outputs an output file, and then I use git diff as my snapshot testing engine. Git diff, I use more specifically git diff with -- exit code, which basically makes the command fail. So it returns like a exit code different than 0 when the diff is not empty. So that way you run the diff, and running the diff shows you exactly what is not matching in the snapshot test, and at the same time fails the command. So at that point, and it also does add of your snapshot tests automatically. So at that point, you do basically git commit. Well, you need to also add to the commit the changes to the source code that cause the behavior to change, obviously. But then you do commit, and that's your way of accepting the new snapshot tests. So basically, in my case, the workflow is not tied to an extra tool. It's directly embedded in your usage of Git. I love this. Like, I've started doing this, and I find it extremely comfortable to the point where I am personally not sold on the idea of, like, I don't feel like the need of using a snapshot testing tool because it's like this workflow is so good, and the extra work to express my tests as like input output of files, I don't know, I'm doing it in a manual, like bespoke manner, meaning all my things have like different ways of orchestrating those tests. So like those basically looping on a bunch of files, of input files, for which then to produce an output file for each. And so since it's all very bespoke, this part I feel like I have to write anyway. And so then based on that, I don't feel like using any tool like OSnap or anything else would give me personally anything more than what I already have. That said, that should not stop you. Honestly, that's just my perspective for now. Given what I'm doing right now, there might be other cases where using tools for snapshot testing makes a lot more sense. But in my case, I'm personally super happy with toolless snapshot testing. That said, it is true. So it is true that in my case, there is no big serialization work happening because my things are like naturally text right now. Or maybe when they're not exactly text, you still want to manually turn them into text. Like, let me give you an example. This is another thing that I'm adding to Zine. So you can run Zine release, and that actually runs the website. But you can run also Zine 3, and Zine 3 panics hard because I haven't updated it. Let me do that on a non-multilingual website. So Zine 3 prints the website structure as we understand it. And so I basically also use these for snapshot testing. So I guess my point is that one thing that I believe snapshot testing libraries offer you is a bunch of like built-in like serializers and differs and diffing tools and like cutesy thing like that, which again might be useful if what you're doing is something that like as a user you benefit from that, maybe. But in my case, I'm every time I want to make something of that kind, I kind of want to make it an observability tool that is not tied to the snapshot testing, but that it is instead leveraged by the snapshot testing. So I have this command, which I'm probably going to rename to Zine debug. So you run Zine debug, and you're going to see like a big dump of what Zine understands about your website, and so that you can use that to understand what's wrong, what's unexpected. Maybe not as an end user, maybe it's just for me for like debugging reasons. But so this thing then is what I also test in my snapshot tests. But then again, you see, it's not strictly for snapshot testing. So so I don't know. This is it, honestly. I guess maybe something that you might want to explore a little bit is the idea of having your tool provide a function that you can invoke in the build script. So you in a Zig package, you can add functions to your build.zig file that then your users can use. So for example, Zine works like this. If you use it from Zig, you import Zine, and then you can call Zine.website. This is standalone Zine. Main branch Zine has two other functions. It doesn't have just website. But in any case, and this function website is defined in the build.zig of Zine, and it's basically a way for you to do build system setup work for your user so that they don't have to do that work themselves. And what's nice about this? Well, the nice part about this is that you can then maybe create like steps that they can run. So they can do Zig build test snapshot dash accept if that's a thing that you want them to be able to do with your tool. And you want to offer them an integrated way of doing so. So I don't know. I genuinely have no like big insight for you. Just saying that this is something that you can do. Whether that's a good idea or not, you will have to, I think, find out by yourself. Okay. So what were we saying? We were saying, so we Zig built everything. Could you take a look at the root.zig? Sure. Can you post again your link? I think people were saying earlier also the link was not working. So double check that the link is correct to your repo. I'll take a look for sure. In the meantime, we go to build.zig and we uncomment another language. So to, what am I doing? It's in zine.ziggy. Okay, to celebrate, we're gonna uncomment Italian. I'm sure everybody is delighted by this news, just as I am. So I'm gonna inflict some Italian on you guys. And that's it. Let's see. Okay, so this is your, this is your super standard build.zig. So basically in here, you put another function that then your users can call, and then that does any setup in case you think it's available to do. Expect FMT snapshot. Source location test case, optional use size, comp time FMT, arguments. Let's see, this function is used to test the formatted output based on the provided FMT and args. Sorry, I'm moving my browser windows around for no reason. If the output does not match the expected output, the test will fail. The output is compared to the snapshot file in the snapshots directory. Arguments. Source is the source location at the call site. FMT is the format string for the expected output. Args is the arguments to the format string. Add. Okay. Yeah. And then you have expect string snapshot. Expect any snapshot. Oh, based on the any formatting. Okay. Compare snapshot or create new. You can get this information from the build system. So what do you base this all on? Exit path. Okay, I'm kind of surprised that this works because you're basically looking at where the test executable is, and you're using that information to derive where the project root there is. I mean, if it works, I guess it works, but also it's a bit sus, and I'm not sure it's intended to always be doable this way. But I also can tell you that a way, way, way less roundabout way of doing it is to give this information to your project in the build system. So basically, when you add your project as a dependency in a user's build script, then in there, when they create it, you basically force them to pass you this information, and which is going to be available. It's like b.graph.project router, something like this. Like it's available as an information. It's like it's inside of the build object, well, struct. And also for convenience, what you can do is that you don't force them to do the work manually of figuring this stuff out themselves, but you provide them with a convenience function that does that work for them. So like you provide them with something like, I don't know, set up snapshot testing. And what's nice is that if you do that, then you can also add like an options struct, where in the options struct, you allow them to specify where they want the snapshots to be stored, for example, so that, you can default to /snapshots. That's not a bad location, obviously. But, let's say that they have particular needs, then they could specify that stuff there. And so basically then what happens is that you are able to add this information as a options module. So you do add options. It's not a single snapshot there. Okay. Well, but you're going to have like a root directory, right? Where you put this stuff into, I'm guessing. And I'm guessing also that you're going to default to a value, but then you also would like to be able to personalize these things. And I'm guessing that you don't want to personalize them at the level of an individual snapshot test. You would like for this to be some kind of global configuration. What I'm saying is a good place where to put this global configuration is in the build script, in your user's build script, because there they can specify the parameters of how they want to use your library. That kind of stuff. In any case, so open file with a lock, cool. Explain equal strings. Okay, you said that you have examples. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So what I would suggest, oh, you put snapshots. I see you put snapshots next to where the file is. Huh. Well, okay. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. You know what? Maybe you don't care about having a root directory or not, but maybe there might be other options that you want to put in there, or not. I would say do take a look at how to obtain at least the project path from the build system, because I think it's better than what you were doing here. I'm actually genuinely surprised that this works. So SDFF self-exceed your path unlocked. So this, I would expect, gives you a path inside of the Zig cache. Yes, that's how it works. You get a path inside of the Zig cache. You assume that that directory is the .zig cache inside of the project. And so you basically go up from there. You go up a bunch of times, and that gets you to the project root there path. Well, let me tell you when this is wrong. The user can specify in the environment a different local cache. If you do zigenv, you can see that, for example, local cache there is not set. And that means that by default is going to be the .zig cache. But there are situations, and especially, and this is like not just a hypothetical. This is done. This is actually done. I'll tell you where in a moment. But basically, people do this: zig local cache there equals whatever, and then they run zig. They run zig blah blah blah. So where is this done? This is done, for example, I believe, in mlog setup zig. I actually have to double check this because I've never read the source code of his step. But the long story short of this stuff is this: when you are doing, when you're using on GitHub this Zig setup step, this action is also automatically going to cache your Zig cache, so that basically built artifacts are still valid the next time you rerun the same CI and you don't start from scratch every single time. For example, let's say that you link against the C standard library, so you link against libc. Zig has to compile the libc the first time. And so if you had a CI that didn't save the cache at all, then you would run that extra compile step every single time. While by saving the cache, you don't have to do that again. That kind of stuff. So the problem though is that if you the way this works is that it doesn't want to have two different caches, two different directories to save. I think it would prefer to only have one. And so I believe that at least and so I believe that what it does implicitly is merge the two cache directories into one. So let's see if we are right about this or not. Don't cache non-existent Zig cache directory. That sounds related to what we're doing. This also seems annoying. The fact is common.js. Get cache prefix. But this is for something else. No, okay, let's see. I guess main.js. The three tarball main add path. There you go. Direct Zig to use the global cache as every local cache so that we get maximum benefit from the caching below. There we go. So with this, we have confirmed my suspicion. So long story short, if you want your snapshot testing library to work with setup Zig, and the answer is that you do want your stuff to work with setup Zig because a lot of people are using setup Zig at the very least, then you cannot assume that the cache directory is there. So you definitely want to get that information through the build system. Okay. I've enabled Italian. And now we have a ton of errors in Italian translation. So we're going to need to fix them one by one. And it's going to be boring as fuck. So let's do it. $51. What's the problem? Start traces on all targets. So the fact is, I know Italian, so I can fix these links without going insane. $heading.id. Docs for build system would be great. Yes, but we have some, but even if we had more, they wouldn't cover this stuff. I'm sorry. This is a kind of like this is a kind of familiarity that you need to have. So I think that if you want to be a Zig library author that does fancy things with projects, then you need to have a level of familiarity with the build system that goes past documentation. And you can do it actually. You look at the source code, like you look at the build system source code. It's not immediately obvious how it works, but it's also not that horribly complicated, to be honest. So, yeah. Thank you, Outcross. Okay, so 51 solved. 63. Cross compiling is a first class use case. Haha. Next. 98. When a new version comes out and stuff is shuffled or removed, it gets inconvenient. Totally. The fact that the build system keeps changing is super annoying. The problem is the build system is a very complicated. The code itself is not super complicated, but the design aspect of the build system is complicated because it has to account for like a ton of different use cases, and so yeah, people can't figure out the build system like one shot. They have to work towards improving it across multiple iterations. Like, I don't know if you were using Zig already back then, but uh, there used to be a time where we didn't have lazy paths. Boy, without lazy paths, the build system was so much clunkier. Then lazy paths came along, which I might be wrong, but I believe they were contributed by Felix Quaisner. And yeah, when lazy paths came, everything changed. Like the entire interface of pretty much every single thing changed, but it was for the better. And I would say that that's generally the gist with the build system. Like when things change is for the better. But it is totally annoying, yes. And it's also unclear what is public interface and what is not public interface. Because literally there's we like the design is not completely done yet, so there's like no clear answer to what is public precisely public interface versus not exactly so. And so if you get fancy with the build system, then over time you might have to, like, for example, whenever the build system changed, the Zine, the non-standalone version, the version implemented on top of the build system, always had a bunch of things that needed to be fixed. Um, so far, I've never had to, like, never had has regressed for Zine, so I haven't had like a bad time or anything in that sense. But yeah, it's annoying, but it comes with the territory. It simply comes with the territory. Okay, 98. Then what else? 142. I don't get it. There's like this link to the paragraph that is like right below. Oh well. 144. I think I did this one. Yeah. Hmm. Do we even have something for tiers? I don't know how those would be translated. Tier. Oh man, there's a few different ways. Nothing comes to mind, so I think I'm just gonna delete those. I'm just gonna delete those links, I think. Tu-tu-dum. Yeah. That one is solved. Okay, and then we have 218 and 256. Well, could have been worse. Okay. Oops. Okay. We did it. We have Italian. How many languages more? 3 languages. Oof, but they're gonna be tough. Oh my god, are they gonna be tough? Let's start with Chinese. Oof, there's gonna be tough. Oof. Oof. I can already feel it. Oof, I can already feel it. Okay, I'm gonna attempt this. No, I can't find the same expression anywhere else. That's the problematic part. So the problematic part is that I can't even find the same expression. If I could find easily the same expression somewhere as a heading, then I would be able to do the mapping, but I can't. So maybe I should ask an LLM to attempt this. Jokes aside, it wouldn't be a bad use case, but I guess that's for another time. 98, 142. Oh, 176. There's a bunch of those, but it's the one. It's this one. Okay. And then also the one with freestanding. No, the one with freestanding should not be the case because that's a normal link. What are you talking about? Oh, this thing is completely out of whack. Okay, I guess it was both of these ones. Okay, I get it. Four 421. 421. Nope. Okay. More languages. Japanese. Okay, I'm gonna attempt. It doesn't get repeated the same way. It's unfortunate. Oh, but some of it is. Now watch me fuck it completely up. I don't think I'm gonna attempt this with any of the other ones. This is the one that I fixed. I think the other ones I'm just gonna I'm just gonna nuke or something. Well, I mean, I am having some success in finding them, so that's good. No shit, this expression I need more, maybe? All of it can be found. That's rip. $99, $143. Okay. Can't find this one. So never mind. Oh no. Now we know about this one. It's this guy. Oh wait, this was never translated, so we should be able to salvage it. Right, this is the same silly problem. Missing the two. Okay. Last language. Last language. Woof. Man, what an adventure. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna attempt. In this case, I'm just not used at all to the alphabet, so let's just go fast. There we go. We built the entire website. I guess we should just now enter the public directory, click around, and see how it looks like. What is going on here? Why are we... What is this diff complaining about? That we're missing... Does it get house documentation? Wait, this gets reinstalled. Oh, every time I'm running zip build, this reinstalls this freaking file there. Okay. Let's do this. Let's reset public just to be sure. Then rebuild. Then enter public and Python serve. Let's take a look at the Zig website. So this all looks freaking great. Download page is fine. Learn section seems fine. We have our code snippets. We still have this problem. We need to update but this is not us. This is the doc test tool. So that works. Zig Software Foundation, not bored. Devlog, working. News works. Back to homepage works. Back to home works. Interesting that here we say homepage, here we say home, but okay. Let's switch to Italian. Oh, Italian is completely busted. Something is slightly wrong, huh? Okay, something is busted. Italian is not exactly functioning well. What is going on? IT ziggy.svg. Really? I don't think so, dude. Also, what about the CSS? No. Why do we think that? Why do we think this is appropriate? We are linking a site asset from a localized variant. Let's take a look. Print asset URL prefix, multilingual, page is the same, so this is false, and this is also false. So we don't enter this. And then we do this. Or at least in theory, we should. Are we doing anything dumb after we do this? Site asset. We grab the site asset and we print it. How come? How come we did a dum-dum? That is definitely not how it should work. Let's take a look at the template and see exactly how we are printing this. How are we printing this precisely? So these images are mentioned in the markdown. Or are they mentioned in the template? community. Yeah, the image is not linked here. Okay, so it's in the layout index. There we go. Site asset. We do site asset.link. That means that it's not this code, but it's this code. It's this code. It's this bad boy. Oh, I bet you that, yeah. I bet you that this guy needs to have the same exact logic as the other function. Because that's the only way to get this right. Print link prefix, that works for page assets. That does not work for site assets or build assets. Okay, so these yet another location where we do where we print links that needs to be fixed and like make things more nuanced. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a very quick break, and then we're gonna have to fix this. So long story short, we can't just call this. We have to call. I think the logic is the exact same as the other one, like to the point where I think that we should call into that other function. So we should make that other function public and call into it. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see. Do. I have no idea how to pass a path from the build system to the test. You do that with add options. So let me think of an example. Look at this as an example. So this repo is basically a dependency that allows you to instrument your executable and then use Tracy. This is like code that is basically lifted from the Z compiler, just packaged in a nicer way. So the way it works is that this project adds a CLI option called enable. And then, so this is a CLI option that you can specify, well, technically on the CLI, but more interestingly, clients can specify that when it's one of the options that they can put when they do b.dependency, and then they can specify options. They can specify also enable. I'll show you in a second. But then we take this value and we put it inside one of these things. Add options, it's basically a artificial module that we are creating. So the way it works is that the code here expects to be able to do import options. And the way this works is basically that in the build script, let me maybe go back there one sec more. So it expects to get be able to import options, and then from it accesses enable Tracy allocation, enable Tracy call stack, etc. So if you look at the build.zig, these are the settings that we put in here. And some of them are hard-coded because I was fine with hard-coding them. But this one, crucially, tracing enabling, is wired in from the CLI argument. And then you specify your dependency as a module. And then you do add options to it. So in your case, it doesn't even have to be something that you expose to the user. In your case, what you want to do is just add options. You just do this, and then you add an option called project path. And in here, instead of using enable as the value to it, you pass b.graph.root project path, something like this. And so that way, this becomes available as a options import into your module. Okay, so what we were saying is that this code here is crap. God damn it. It is crap indeed. There's b.path. No, b.path is not okay. Build root dot path, and then you have to do dot question mark. So b.buildroot.path. Okay. I think that this code is all completely wrong. This code needs to rely on this needs to mirror what we do in HTML. Pretty much one-to-one. print link prefix. Otherwise, path.fmt. Okay, I would probably this part is fine. Let me think. Page different than CTX page. Do we do that? No, we do false. Oh, don't tell me we call it page. Oh, it's asset. Asset dot meta dot page. Oh, we have page ID. Oh no, we're already looking at the kind. Oh shit. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, never mind. Ref URL kind, and kind is literally only that. We might not have enough information here. Oh, god damn it. God, god damn it. I feel like I've been into this like asset linking like hell for like 2 days. Like I feel like I'm never gonna get out of it. God damn it, linking stupid assets. Okay, we are an asset, but as an asset, we must know which page we come from if we are a page asset. And the answer is if we do know this, it's in here. Problem is for a page, we write down the variant ID, but we should not. We should write down the page ID. Also, what does variant ID mean in the context of a site? What does that even mean? That means nothing. Like a site doesn't have anything for us to share, really. Page has a page ID. Yeah. Okay, let's try again. So that gives us a page ID. Oh, but if it's just a page ID, then if it's just a page ID, then we don't know how to get it, because to get a page by ID, we also need to know its variant, which is kind of inconvenient. So we might as well make that a page pointer instead of a page ID. Let's see if we can do this. Also, I think that we don't need this. I'm nuking it. So where do we generate this stuff? We generate it in variant, in scan content there. Where's my assets? Where's my assets? Where's my assets? There we go. 4 asset names. Location hint. Assets owner ID. And then kind page asset. Okay, this stuff is actually great. Why do we not save any of this inside of an asset? Asset being this struct being the, let's say, runtime representation of an asset inside of Scripty. Why do we throw all of this into the trash? So we need to have this uniformity here. Yes. Yeah, but for page, we just need a pointer to the page, honestly. And for site, we don't care about the other stuff. Okay, so with this in mind, then we can go to site. When we create an asset, dot site, when we do page, this guy better be smarter than that. Yeah, we get the hint. If it's a page asset, oh my god, what are we doing here? If it's a page asset, we do math on. That's how we did the self ID previously. That's funny. Okay. Blah blah blah. Page PN. Complain. Otherwise. Okay. Hint. Hint, hint, hint. Hint. Kind site? Oh no. Oh no. What were we doing? Oh no, man. Oh no. Oh no. This is page, first of all. And honestly, at this point, maybe we can just put in the entire hint. No, we don't care about this. Never mind. Our page pointer is fine. Is it really okay to unwrap the build root path? Read the comment. It tells you that when it's null, then it's the current working directory. So you can do or else, and then path of the current working directory, which I think it's available somewhere. Or like you can do dot. And then if you construct paths starting from dot, then you should be fine. Okay. So we should have fixed this, which was the most problematic thing. So then now in asset link, now we can be smarter because we have a page. And I know that we want to mirror what we do in HTML. Asset variant ID. And then we want to check if the asset belongs to a different page. Although, no, this should still be. Yeah, actually, what should that be? We should never force a link. I think this is correct to be false. We're linking an asset, and it's just a matter of variant at the end of the day. Maybe it turns out that what I'm doing right now is overkill and the variant ID was good enough. We'll see. So we find the variant that asset belongs to, grab the hint. If it's a page asset, we increase the reference counting, and then we print the asset path. Although I should compare this with page asset to be fair. Yeah. You know what? Maybe we should do this, but we don't really have a page, right? We are a template and we're just referencing an asset. Let's leave it to false for now. Okay, now a site asset. For a site asset, we don't have a variant ID argument anymore. We only know our own variant. And we want to call this yeah, you know what? Placing the entire page in here is totally overkill. We were fine with the variant ID. This was fine. It's this that has to be different. Oh well. So site asset, want to call this page. Now the question is, what is the page where we are rendering this side asset? That's a good question because it's not exactly a page. We are in a template, but it is ctx.page. Yeah, actually, it is ctx.page. So this does not apply. So it's a simplified case. I guess it's a simplified version of that. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Let's see. Install path or as complain and then print install path. I don't know. Let's see how this works, I guess. Variant ID. Where is this? Size. Yeah, god damn it. I think I need to change page back to being a variant ID, and that's good enough. Analyze page. Is that it? No, it's asset. No, it's page. Recreate the asset. Okay. There we go. Now translations work well. They link correctly. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that works. So I think we did it. I think we actually did it. Why is this a full link that contains also the URL? I think we're exaggerating this. Let's take a look for a moment at the source of that button. So holy cow, no, it's not us. It's what? Why is this expressed like this? What? So do we want the localized version for everyone? The answer is yes. Yeah, so this links to getting started. Italian links to the Italian getting started. Let's do Japanese. Japanese works as well. News sends you back to the English version of the website. That's okay. Okay. As far as I can tell, this website is actually in pretty good shape. So so far it seems that we are kind of done with the main part work. So we have done this and we have done this. Ziglang.org seems to be doing fine. Okay, so what do we do next? I think that when it comes to like main Zine mechanics, oh, I know what we should do. I think we have a panic to do still that we need to tackle, and we have a couple bug reports that we could see if we somehow fix them or if they're still broken. So there's a panic to do somewhere. Here's one. Pages is a panic to do, really? Hmm. So here's one. And then we have one about asset linking. Okay, you know what? Let's do the one that is not about asset linking for once. Jesus Christ. So we have sub pages. Because this is side page. So we have sub pages that basically does some looping, which I'm gonna copy the code of. And let's see if there's anything useful for us here. So what we're doing here is grab pages from a section. But here we have to grab basically pages by their link. Okay. So GPA unlock this many. So this needs to be args.len. Yep. And then out edx. Right, because this was not a one-to-one. In our case, it is a one-to-one. Yeah, there's a bunch of more work. We are not ready yet for a prime time when it comes to Zine. There's another to do here, which is audit checking for drafts and add drafts flag or something like this. So site has variant ID, which is great. No subsection. Subsection, that's not a concept. That's how many pages we allocate. It's not the init. It's 3 pages. Page list. Okay, now grabbing the page is more complicated though, because we need to do a get, and we need to do that by getting the path, which needs to give us a location hint. Then we need to check. There's a few steps before we get there. Oof. Okay, so path is going to be variant path table get path, no name. We don't have a prefix. We do have a path, which is ref. Okay, so we try to do this thing. Maybe we can even do this. Yeah, that's fine for me. Okay, so grab the path, hoping that it does exist. If it does exist, then we need to grab the entry. Oh man, we don't even have index.html. This can also fail. Hint needs to be page main. Okay, otherwise, let's just still say page does not exist. Hint, hint.id. Okay. Wow, what an adventure. But with this, we should be good. And that's the page list.items. Found context.value. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. I don't remember how I used to explain this, but okay, man, it took a while, but we did it in the end. Okay, so this is a to-do that we killed. Worker, panic to do on page assets. Okay, there's like a couple panic to-dos. Not that many. Okay, you want code that is a page asset. Let's do that. So code that is a page asset. How do we do this? We take the page asset path. Including the name if needed. And then we append to it this. I wrote this code already. Where did I write it? I guess when dealing with page assets elsewhere. Like here. That's pretty much it. I think it's mostly the same code duplicated. Page asset has asset data for result stuff, although I'm not sure we even care much. We're going to grab the ref, that's for sure. Append to slice the page path. If the page has a name that isn't indexed, we also want to append that to the path. We look at the ref, we tokenize it, and we add it to our path component by component. We complain that it's a missing asset, although kind page. Keep appending components. Once we're at the end, we have the path and the name. See if the path exists. If it does, we grab it. We expect it to be a page asset. If it is, Actually, in this case, we don't care because we don't want to resolve it. We want to break with the path. Do we not want to break? How are we not breaking? Oh, because we have labels. Okay, yeah. Okay. Oh, actually, I should undo my last change. Here we go. BLK. Why are we breaking with just a path? What? Oh, we're breaking with a concrete path, like with path bytes. That's what we're breaking with. Yes. Okay. Not an interned path. Um. So wait, this process then needs to be done backwards then? So we want to do this transformation so that we can confirm that it exists. Yeah, so we want to get that to this situation, and then we want to get that and confirm that it's a page asset. But once we confirm that it's a page asset, in this case, we actually want to just render everything back. So how do we do this? SED.fmt unlock print unlock print arena format join. What do we want to join there? I don't think we want to join anything. I think we just want to print this path name. We just want to format this path name. String table, path table, entire path name. We want to print allocate. Oh, but here's the problem. Here we're doing everything off of site assets there. Fact is, we can't anymore because now the directory is different. Shit. Can we do this? Okay, so this seems to be fine now. Let's see. Now it uses the build root path or CWD, but I just realized that the code might not be in source. I saw there is an args argument when adding a dependency. How does one extract those args? I realized that the code might not be in source. Um, I'm not sure I understand what your situation is precisely. Um, so I'm guessing that you are assuming that everything is inside source. Hmm. Root source file build path something something. Yes. What about what you get from at source? Like the source location info, does it not contain also file path? Is that not good enough by itself? I don't have your file anymore, do I? So what do you get from this bad boy? Relative to the root directory of its module. Well, the problem here is your module could also be imported by multiple different modules, and they all would potentially have a different root directory. So either you have a function that the user must call. So we're starting to get into a real funky territory, I think. But like either you have something where in the build.zig, when they are like defining a module of their own, so or like directly an executable, so you kinda make a function where you can observe this. But even then, I don't think that from a compile you can get what the root directory is. Can you? Yeah, this is starting to get giga funky. This is really starting to get giga funky. Okay, maybe there is a way of doing what you want. Right now, nothing comes to my mind, to be honest. I'm trying to think about it, but I can't think of a straightforward way of doing that. Well, no, okay. Yeah, you could basically you observe the root module. There we go. Root module contains root source file. And then from root source file, you can start reasoning about stuff. But that's horrible. That is really horrible. You can do it. You can do it, but then you would need to basically create a different instance of your library per module. It's doable, but it's kind of crappy in my opinion. So here's an alternative way, which is not gonna get you 100% there, but at least it's something doable, workable. So the idea being, so you saw Tracy, right? I showed you Tracy, and I showed you this. This doesn't have to be a bool. This can also be a string if you want. And so the way this works when you're using this library is like this. Tracy, when you do b dependency on a dependency, what you pass here are the CLI arguments. So I define in Tracy enable as a Boolean. And so here I'm passing enable as a Boolean. This is also why you put in here target and optimize, because those are also CLI arguments that you usually specify for your package. So here you could say that in your thing you also define a b.option that says like snapshot root prefix, snapshot prefix path or something. So it's like it's the directory inside of which you create snapshot files, and then users can specify it here. And so, and then you take this value and you put it inside options so that you can access it inside your library. Now, if you do it this way, then a user could, for example, say, I want my snapshots to be inside a snapshot subdirectory. So no, I don't want my snapshots to be next to my source files. I want to be in a like separate hierarchy. Or they could say, I want source to be the prefix. And and that in that case, then they get the snapshots placed next to their source files. So you're not basically able anymore to automatically do this second version entirely by yourself. You need the user to kind of opt into it in a sense. But it works. Alternatively, you need more metaprogramming magic. But honestly, I would recommend against that. Okay, so I was messing around with a bunch of to-dos, which we did. Are we still building the Zig website? We probably are. Yeah. How about my personal website? Let's go check my personal website. Yeah, I think this is still all perfect. Yeah, this is still all perfect. Okay, so didn't regress anything. Let's go tackle some of the issues that we had. So that people reported. Let's start with Caritam. Oh, I already have a clone that is also misnamed. Okay, we're hitting an assertion failure, and I know what assertion is. So that assertion is also another to do. Long story short, this can be fixed easily. Like this. And I builds. Yeah. We can also do Zig build and then compare the two versions. Hey, Neuroside. Just dropping by to say I have Flow working with binary serialized TIS queries, and I have 90% of the build system set up for preloading setup. Oh my god, yes. I will hopefully finish it off later tonight if I have time. Let's fucking go, man. Let's go. Let's go. You have no idea. You have no idea how much I'm looking forward to this. You have no idea. Holy shit. This is gonna be glorious. This is gonna be insane. Neuroside, you do this, and I will present to you the fastest fucking static site generator humankind has ever created. Modulo, probably, the weird ones that are like super thin wrappers around basically like, I don't know, org mode, or like the ones that are not like full-fledged static site generators in the sense of like Hugo and like competitors of that kind. But within the realm of like more featureful static site generators, the fucking fastest one. Let's go. Insane. That's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be awesome. I'm really looking forward to it. If I have to be honest, I've been losing some steam and excitement because I've been in asset linking hell the last few days, because you can refer to assets that belong to other pages while rendering your own page, or like while also rendering some other page. Like there's like a bunch of weirdo combinations of things that you can do, especially in multilingual websites where different languages could also be hosted on different domains. So if you link across language and either one of the two languages is hosted in a separate domain, then you also have to do more work. So whoa, this is the stuff that I've been like going in, that has been making me crazy basically, but we're getting there. Okay, so here we're getting a funny error, and the funny error is because this doesn't work with old Zine, so I need to undo that change for Zine to build correctly. Okay, and now I can redo it basically. Okay, so Zine release. Let's diff. Holy shit. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Okay, so what is this stupid assert that I have there? So the idea is when you are defining an alternative install path, previously they were always considered absolute. Whether you put a leading slash or not, they will always be considered absolute. But they shouldn't. You should be able to define a relative path relative to the current location, and you should use an absolute path to define a path like from basically the root of your variant or whatever that is. So I haven't implemented that, and that's what I need to implement. And it's annoying as fuck. Alternatively, we could like put a rule that they need to be absolute paths. So basically, we turn that assert into a nicer error message, and we say that for now they have to be absolute, and then we implement later on like the more flexible solution. Maybe that's not a bad idea, so that we don't stop for too long on that as well. Yeah, let's turn that assert into something nicer. Okay, we need to see where the assert is. And the assert is in worker 959. Yeah. Okay, let's see if this is nicer now. It shouldn't be that complicated to fix. It's just that I would like to prioritize something else right now. So at least we make the panic nice. Yeah. The pages trigger this panic. Nothing. God damn it. There we go. This is probably actually not that hard. I don't know. In any case, I'm so tired with path and stuff like that. Okay, so what do I want to do next? We were talking about benchmarking the Zig website. So we kind of succeeded at the Zine at the Zig website. So yeah, how long does it take? Let's do a proper benchmark. So we build, release fast, no tracing, no nothing. It's so fast. The heck? Oh no. Okay, my estimate was 30 milliseconds. We are at 40 milliseconds. That is still not too far from my estimate, but this is still not great. This is still not great. We can do better. We can absolutely do better. We can super ultra giga mega do better. Yeah. And I think the work that Neurosite is doing is going to be key, because I bet you that if we trace this, so I'm going to make a release version that has tracing on, and we're going to look at the trace, and you will see that trace header query loading is still going to dominate everything. So I'm going to run it, Tracy. I'm going to run it without hyperfine. So yeah. C. So here we are loading C syntax highlighting. Here we are loading Zig syntax highlighting. And I think we are choking on Zig syntax highlighting like there is no tomorrow. Here we're syntax highlighting in C. So here we were choking this guy against this guy while waiting for syntax highlighting to load for C, which is annoying. Here, what were we waiting for? Bash. Bash again. These are all choke points. They're gonna go away. These guys are like they're all dying to get Zig. Oh my god! This is probably a gigantic stampede on that mutex. And I can also tell you that the fact that we don't have a we don't even have a condition to wait on. So it's just I don't know. It's just kind of ass, I think. But how long is that? This is gonna be basically this much, roughly speaking. This is gonna be close to 20 milliseconds that are gonna go away. Not entirely, but mostly. Bringing us down to sub 30 milliseconds, which I think it's fine. 20 to 30 milliseconds, that's fine. Yeah, I think that's where we should be. I wonder which other stats I could see here. I'm curious that statistics doesn't show anything. So if we're looking at highlight code, is this because we need to do search first? Zoom to zone. Go to parent statistics, call stack, go back. Okay, so if I do find, oh no, this is zoom. Oh, interesting. Okay. Compare is with other things, right? So find zone. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. That's the thing that I had completely down. Yeah, look at this. Here we can see comparisons between the various highlight code. And it's absurd. Look at these guys. So this is a distribution over time. So when things are where things are fine, it's like nanoseconds. When things are not fine, it's like 20 milliseconds. What the heck is going on there? Does this get updated? Show me if you get updated on click. Not on click, but on double click it does get updated. So yeah. So these are all the places where we're basically choking waiting for Zig to load. Insane. Absolutely insane. I'm gonna save this. Crazy. Okay, so your site is gonna be able to solve all of these problems. Cool. Okay. So what do we want to do next? I don't know. I think it's been a pretty productive day. Maybe it's time for me to take a break here. Oh no, you know what? We still have one bug to look into. So I'm gonna push this as a commit, and we basically are gonna say, oh shit, I need to also. Never mind. We need to commit supermd first. Okay, what are we gonna say? So we do this supermd x2. Thank you. Oh shit. Supermd that keeps Z that keeps barking paths. That's so annoying. Okay. Yeah, I would say the main theme of this thing is basically uh, making linking more correct. Okay, let's do this other one. I need to switch a branch. Okay. We have two missing page assets in theory. It works. Whatever bug we had, we fixed. Oh man, the Zig build is gone in this branch. Cool. Where's the assets? Where is the assets? So we were looking at integration testing flow lang. Where's the asset? Um, depth graph to PNG inside running tests. I don't think we're doing this correctly. Is this page correct? This page is correct. Yes. Oh, wait a second. I'm getting lost again. Running the tests. It's at the end, right before conclusion. Okay. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh, god damn it. I was looking at the wrong thing. Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay, never mind. It totally works. Nice. Thank you. Um, I'm not gonna ping Choki. Okay, so well, this was nice. We ported the Zig website, so I guess a question would be, then when am I gonna pull the trigger? When are we actually switching the official Zig website to Zine standalone? And the answer is, um, I guess I want to merge the change from Neurosite and test drive it. I want to add a better CLI. I want to add Zine in it for sure. I want to complete these to dos. So I still have as very boring to dos. I have this one for drafts, and then I have relative paths in alternatives and aliases, and then look for more to dos. Like, we need to fix these three things before we can pull the trigger. Otherwise, it's still gonna be everything is gonna be too brittle. And in all of these, we probably also want to add more test cases, like the snapshot tests. And I think at that point, we're gonna be ready for the first release. Yeah. Okay. Well, this pretty much was it for me. So thank you all for hanging out, and I'll see you next time with some more, I don't know, zine work, most probably. So see you all.